Heyo. Yeah, I thought so. Hello, hello. I'm trying something new today. I was watching people on YouTube and they played this game called the Stanley Parable, and it looks kind of cool, so I was like, do you know what, I want to try it on stream. So I bought it and I'm gonna play it, and I was like, yeah, I'll play it with you guys. Let's go ahead and launch that, and I'll go to the corner where I belong, and let's see if I can get OBS to. That's very screamy of a song. Let's skip that. Okay. Corners are cozy? I mean, you're not wrong. Please choose a screen and subtitle like. Oh, I'm lagging. Why am I lagging? Is the stream dying already? I hope not. I really hope not. Oh no, it looks okay. English. Yeah, English. Japanese? No. No, I'm not gonna pick Japanese. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Right, let's turn the music down a little bit more. Adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Well, okay. Please enter the current time. It is 7:08 PM. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Why does it want to know the time? Oh! You are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Controller vibration. Should I use a controller? Or should I keep using keyboard and mouse? Too lazy to just get it from your computer? Maybe. Maybe. Music I want to turn down. I don't know if there's anything I can't play on here. This is all fine. Borderless actually means I can click out of the window. That's good. I like that that's by default. Key bindings, W, S, A, and D, and space. Is that it? Is that it? Oh no, oh okay. I am dumb. E to interact, or left click as well. Control to crouch. Right click to auto walk. Okay. That's fine. Should we begin? Should we start the game? Let's start the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Wow.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day, of every month, of every year.
Fuck that.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Was happy?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh. I'm playing already. Okay. I hate Mondays. I don't blame you. Pencil sharpener, probably import some documents. Computer doing fuck all, phone doing fuck all. Interesting. Is there anything I can interact with? Interesting. Door is locked. That door is also locked.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The door just closed behind me, and now it's locked. What the fuck? Oh, okay. It's a standard US ANSI layout.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I can see that. This one's on. Oops. Was on. I did nothing. I did not do it. That was not my fault. That was not my fault. What about this one? Ah! No! I did nothing. Username access. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I can interact with doors if they're unlocked. Interesting.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On his what if I enter the door on the right? Do I enter the door on the left or do I enter the door on the right? Breaking computers already? Shut up. No, I'm not. All that work that wasn't saved now gone. There's no one here. They couldn't have done any work. Right? Okay. You heard the narrator? You're not helpful. One of you said left, one of you said right. Your choice. Why don't we say fuck you to the narrator?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
That's the wrong side of the door. Ooh.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Give me a fucking drink.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yeah, it is worth it. I want a coffee. Give me a coffee.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh no! Don't say that. That's not nice.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Should we wait for the next dialogue? Let's just wait for the next dialogue. Something tells me that there's no more dialogue. Despite asking for the time, the clock is still wrong. So it is. It says that it is 21 past 11 and it is 17 past 7. I have a slight feeling that there's no more dialogue.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Damn it.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Should I press the big glowy red button?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, From here, it's, left.
And the door opens. Narrator's gonna be fucking pissed at me.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Okay.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Why don't I believe you? I don't believe you. Am I gonna get hit by a van? Interesting.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Wait,
what?
what?
This time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Restarted the game from the start. Oh my god. I really did make him angry. I fucked up all his plans. I fucked up all his plans. That's great.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You'll do that a lot. That's the point of the game. Wait, but the doors are closed.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
No.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I have 6 doors I could pick from. Giga, are you here? If you do /poll, how many options can you do? Five?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we just... Do we need to
No,
restart
no,
the
no,
game
no, no,
again?
don't restart the game
Well,
again.
I find it
Fuck.
unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No, 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 no. God damn it. 5. Is this one short?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Oh yeah, I didn't turn this one off this time. There's an open door there.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Eh?
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Now draw the layout of that building. Try explaining this on a building layout. You need a map? I didn't go anywhere. Okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Way!
Congratulations!
I win!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Here we go. You redeem drown. Thank you for the drown. I shall. Do you understand 4D geometry might be a prerequisite? No, I don't. The Stanley Parable adventure line? So
all right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Hey, Ben. How are you? Wait, we're going right now? That's a different beep to normal. How come we're going right? There's no doors there, okay. Windows 3.1 with Solitaire. Broke the game yet? Yep. Yes, I have. Did I just walk through the chair? I did walk through the chair. I love the bucket part. I haven't got to the bucket part. Boy, no spoilers.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on.
I can't follow this line.
Back there? Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
So I have to jump here, which I can't do. Okay. I can't get up to the ceiling. I can't get up to the ceiling. Okay. You can't jump, seriously? We disabled it? Fuck off! I got an achievement! I actually got an achievement. Oh damn, the British follow line, seriously? Shut up. So I'll follow this one over here, and then it goes over here. I can't jump, okay. And then we come back out here. Just track where it goes. Okay. This is brilliant. There's nobody to queue up behind. Shush. What the fuck did this guy do to this line? Damn it. That's not a filing cabinets for peer reviews. Financial records. Wait, did I come here already? I'm lost. Nope, there's the door. Okay. You need that 4D map yet? I mean, possibly.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Yes, I did just take a screenshot of the fern. I heard that cheating! It would. Okay. Okay, so it's a fern. Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Okay, so we're going through here. Line TM.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, I can't turn them off. There we go.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
Okay.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
It came up from the ceiling. It broke through the ceiling. It's funny as fuck. Oh, there it goes.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity.
Left or right, left or right, left or right,
I believe I need a minute to
right.
think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere,
Up.
the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
You've been playing the confusion ending for 18 minutes? Deviate from the maintenance room, end up in a monitor room, narrator restarts the game, first restart, discover the two doors room now.
That's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
The number.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Yeah. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Ah! That was loud! The number of endings might concern you. Oh no. The game restarted. Right. I want to bring up that screenshot. Because I want to... I want to see if this actually ends up happening. Show on disk. Okay. Yes. Because if this ends up happening, that will actually be kind of funny as fuck. So. 5th restart. I'm going to go make peanut butter and jelly. Enjoy. So. We've had the 5th restart. The narrator supposedly has now forgotten about the previous restart. So Stanley attempts to play the story but is prevented, is unable to go anywhere or do anything. And then the game restarts on its own. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Input received. Interesting.
When Stanley came to a set of 2
left
open
or right,
doors,
left or right, left
he
or
entered
right,
the
left or
door
right.
on his left.
Left or right? Don't take either door. Just wait. Ignore the narrator? I ignored the narrator last time. And that's what caused this entire mess. Stand in the middle of the room and don't take either. Okay. How long until narrator gets mad?
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
Yeah, good terms. We're on great terms. Continue to wait. How long do we need to wait for? Can't remember. I'll have a drink then. So, how are you, George? Oh, and Giga, but... How are you, George? Go back the way you came if you can. I can't. Yeah, I'm tired as well. That's later then? Oh boy. What, the waiting thing is later? I don't recall. Just take the right again. Okay.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Should I take way too fucking long in the employee lounge again?
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room.
Through.
Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Same dialogue as last time.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Same as last time. Can you put your Discord on TNE? It should have streamer mode. I don't know why it doesn't have streamer mode. Hold on. There we go. It should stop now. Oh, I nearly clicked on begin the game
Stanley
again.
sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Right, okay, that's the last one.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Okay, last time this door wasn't open, I don't think. Oh no, it was. Was it? Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Am I lying? It was? Oh, okay. Leave the room and then go straight on when he says take the door on the left. But so what if I take the door on the left? Just keep going through that way. What if I take the door on the left? Okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Forklift. Oh, I still can't jump. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off of the cargo lift, $5,000. Do I jump? That's quite the fine. Can you afford that fine? No. But there's no one around. No one will know. I don't see any CCTV. Go across? What do you mean across?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her? Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who's she? It's just black. Go into the dark room and wait. Okay.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Do I pick... Go behind the phone and unplug it? Why is it plugged into a 13 amp? That's not how phones work.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner?
Thank you
You're
for
not
the
Stanley.
drown.
You're a real person.
You're not Stanley, you're a real person.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way,
danger, danger everywhere. Damn it. What happens if I wait? You're too young to know how to use one of those phones. I know how to use one of those phones. I used to have one. And I also had kids' toys when I was younger that was these types of phones. I know exactly how to use them, and I have used them way too much. I've never used them. I've used them a lot. I'm guessing that waiting doesn't do anything, so... There's a fence around it. There wasn't a fence around it before. Wait, there's a fence over there as well. Gotta make sure you're safe. But I could have jumped. Why didn't I jump when I had the chance? God damn it, game! I want to make poor life decisions.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Oh.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I got called out immediately. I jump off the edge. God damn it. When the DM railroads the campaign, I guess I don't have a swipe key card. Okay. Oh, Dungeon Master? Yeah. Wait, so what? Are we going through the door on the left now? No? Okay.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
No, that's boring. Let me go somewhere else.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Get me out.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Whoa, everything's broken. Damn it. Do I have to go through the left door? I don't want to go through the left door. You didn't go to the end of the broken hall? I can go to the end of the broken hall. No, it doesn't do anything. That's an interestingly shaped filing cabinet. That's an even more interesting shaped filing cabinet. No, it doesn't do anything. Go find out for yourself. No, I can't seem to be able to do anything. Never played this game, just seen it played a few times, don't remember any of it. Actually, can I shut this door? No. What if I just do fuck all? Doing nothing isn't always going to get a response. Most of the time you're just wasting your own time. Damn it. Can I jump yet? No. So I can't go this way. Can't go this way. There's not like... Oh, okay. Remember the fern? It's a different fern. I do remember the fern. But the fern isn't here. Why did you say remember the... Just want to make sure you remember the fern. I do remember the fern. Of course I remember the fern. Do I have to go left? Is there no other choice? I don't know if it serves any purpose. Is there no other choice but to go left? Is that all I can do? Just confusing the kitty. Well, I am on the confusion ending. Do you want to play the game? Yes. But I also want to piss off the narrator as much as I can. I'll try things out then. I don't want to go through the left door. I've been trying things out. And there's nothing in but the left door. Fuck's sake. Fine, you win. What if I go back? Nope, it's still the same.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
I don't like that.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this.
So
okay.
Clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Is he just gonna loop?
Responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I break it? I broke it.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
I was too fast.
Exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Is behaving exactly as Stanley would.
It's just going to do that every time now, isn't it?
Always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Once more. Once more.
Okay. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Alright, okay.
Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Fine.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Tips for not getting fired.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
One more time you would have gotten super secret ending. No! God damn it! I gave up too soon! No! God damn it. So on Monday you've got weekly targets and admin, marketing Mondays, 451's private thing, group 40x, group 45x, this box is too small. On Tuesday you've got termination Tuesdays, office efficiency, legal, group 41x, group 46x. On Wednesday you got the IT department. We're broke Wednesdays, yeah, so am I. Financial panic meeting, followed by we're broke Wednesdays, followed by a financial panic meeting, followed by a boss's inspection. That's great. Thursday you got mergers, ideas and development, and pre-review, weekly review, and then Friday you got weekly review, pranking floor 5's meeting. What to do about 432, don't tell 432 about my meeting, and then an office party. Hey, they get an office party. Do not alter without consulting the whiteboard manager. Rip fronds. What's on here? Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine, which was done. Wow. Standardized graphs for 40x. Which is not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Maybe he likes being in the closet. Synergize papers, which have been crossed out. Get Chris out of the broom closet is ongoing, by the way. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire the paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on topic of... The future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. Yes. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items, right? Next day's agenda, and reflect. And this was done by employees 417, 405, 491, 416, 435, and Jim. This is the most generic fucking PowerPoint I've ever fucking seen. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition, and don't get fired. How to solve a dispute with a co-worker. Let it ball up inside of you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other co-workers, resent co-workers for not supporting you more, and then let it ball up inside. And then using slides to assure employees everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header, and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure calm, productive work environment. Oh my god, this is great. Number of slides on his slide. Slides, charts of slides. Yeah. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Whoa. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Whoa. Please no more charts. Please, I'm begging, stop. And the positive appreciation. If you ever find yourself in conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, more inclined towards the amount of fucking brackets. What are your dreams for the future? Oh god, clear skin. Hey? Metamorphosis? Even though it's spelt wrong. And then we're back to the start. What do people want? Things, money, more money, things with money to buy more things, graphs about things and money. We have a new product. Happy feelings, Violet James, you are fired. What is hot? Profit. Yep, okay. Broom closet. Are you in there? Wait, are these the stairs that the line...
Coming to the staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
These are the stairs we went up earlier, aren't they? Whoa. Interesting. Nope, can't turn his computer off. Oh no, that's not his computer.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115.
I did that.
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I did that. Nightshark 115. Push to talk. I'm pressing the fucking button.
Is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story.
I am.
This is a crucial step.
What the fuck? I am. Nightshark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing for your respect.
I did!
Respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end?
Walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all.
Sorry, Leroy!
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Take as much time as you... What if I want to take the choice? Oh. It took me back to the start. One of the many endings. I was doing the interact button. I don't know how to make Stanley talk. I was doing the interact thing. Oh. Can I go underneath things? No. Who says he can talk? Well, you said you didn't hear him talk. Did you hear him talk? No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I can't turn it off. It's already
Stanley
off.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, okay. I was remembering the wrong one. This one did a thing, though. This one's not doing a thing this time. There's no voice input in the game. That's the joke. I know. Well, oh, so Stanley needs to...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
But I can't go back now, can I?
Perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Is this the door? Oh, that is the door on the left. Okay. Yeah, we're on the door on the left now.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So far this is all the same. A? Executive bathroom. Ah! I I've caught the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Extreme bathrooms and Time magazine. Can I can't go on the shitter. I want to go on the shitter. There's no reflection. I'm a ghost. I'll close the door behind me. I'm nice like that. I guess it's time for a stream break if you want to go on the shitter. Shut up. Bing bong. Bing bong. Oh. It actually went bing bong. Do 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 do. The narrator is singing. Let's go. Why is it shaking? Elevators in the US are poorly maintained, so they shake. You say that, but the phone earlier had a UK 3-prong 13 amp plug, so I guess this is in the UK. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This is where I get copyrighted. Is this another British pastime I'm not aware of? What? What, riding elevators? I don't know if I should be concerned that it's still going. Yeah. Do 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 do. Are you going up or down? I don't know. I don't know. I pressed both of the buttons. You did press the button, right? I pressed the button when I got in. That's usually how it works. It's just like riding an elevator at a furry convention. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's funny that the narrator actually had to sing for this long. Move towards the door. Did you break it? Did I? Do 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 do. Did I break it? This is taking much longer than I remember. Ginny! Hi! Thank you for stopping by. I'm doing okay. How are you? I'm currently stuck in an elevator. I don't know what's going on. I'm glad I'm okay. Hungry? I'm hungry as well. I might have to eat something at some point. I hope you can find something to eat though. Do I need to press the button again? Usually you only press the button when you go in, unless I'm doing it wrong. Oh, okay. Oh. Scam! I'm back okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It made us a Pluto at this point. Do 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 do. Okay. Sag, I'll go play the actual game.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Wait, why do I have a thing? Oh no, it's because I had the keypad. I don't like the noises that this is now making. Oh. Okay, so I could have just fallen to my death there, that's fine. There's another red... Should I go this way? Is this a good idea? Okay. Let's press the creepy red glowing button then.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Do I go back up? Let's go back up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
He's like, oh, no, never mind.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
It was 2845, wasn't it? Oh, I fucked that up. Infinite pin input is bad security practice. Having a 4-digit pin at all is bad. The pin code just doesn't do anything, does it? I guess. Okay. Back to the lift we go, I guess.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
That's different than last time, isn't it? That looks different.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Is it the boss's office?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
I broke the narrator. This is great.
I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready.
I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Is that enough process time for you?
All right. I have fully come to terms with it.
Have you?
I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
Really?
As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Right, okay, so I can't go this way. That does nothing. Okay. Back down the elevator we go.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that
going very
30
slow.
seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
That was very slow. No, it's the creepy corridor. I'm gonna go back up. He just didn't even bother saying anything.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Oh boy.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, It seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model.
I'm a role model,
people
wow.
look up to you, which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
The child that would spend the vacation riding up and down the elevator. No! God damn it. They removed my buttons. Please mind the gap between the lift and the platform.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Well, and then disappointed when they're banned from the elevator. Okay, so it's not that one. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. Live, the guy who went to Mars. All eyes on Stanley. Oh god. That's terrifying.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Stanley Parable's Stanley today. Live on stage. Oh no. To stage. Welcome, Stanley.
I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
You're proud of me? Why?
It looks like they're ready for
427.
you. 427. Go get them.
427. That's great. Break a leg, champ, your boss. Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. Wait. I love the way you ride elevators. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get 'em, Tiger. Story, Stanley, me, David, age 6. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Good luck on stage. Up again, down again. The Stanley story. Congrats, Stanley. Remember where you came from. That's the poster that's in my office back at the start of the game. Did they just nick that from my office? I feel like they nicked that from my office. Can I go back? No! Damn it. I want to go back. I want to go back. What the fuck? Oh. You went back? No. I guess you're not wrong. I guess you're not wrong at all.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Right, so I can
Stanley
turn that one
decided
off.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Hang on, I've done this every single time.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
What achievement?
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Is that the correct door?
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I'm pretty sure I've done more than 50 clicks.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
No? Okay. Stretch? I will, thank you. Oh, stretch. Four 1-7. Okay. 420. $418, $419. Ah.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437, okay.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
The copy or the coffee?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Can
Yes!
Yes!
This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
He's getting so fucking excited. Ooh. Which one? Oh, copy machine.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow.
Click on a
That's
door
amazing.
435
You
times.
really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
I got an achievement for clicking on the door. Clicking on door 435 times. Oh, wait, no, wait, let me read. Click on door 435 times. Oh, okay. Never mind. I can't read. No, it doesn't do anything else. That's a shame. The interesting part is that I did that every single time and it didn't do it before.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Jump on 419's desk, so I can do that, I think. Come on. I can't do it now. There we go. Alright, okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did he?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
That's
Then
a different
the feeling
dialogue.
went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there, just a kind of tingle.
That's a different dialogue. Being a cat, jumping all over the desk and keyboard.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Skirt.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Skirt,
It's
skirt.
possible that this is why
Skirt, skirt.
everyone left.
Skirt, skirt.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yeah, okay.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Did he?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
It goes to the beginning again. Okay.
All of this co-work. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
So we're doing this again, are we? Okay, we'll do this again. The funny part is that I actually kind of know where these doors are now.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Is it bad that I actually know where these fucking doors are now?
I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Oh, that one's off this time. Okay.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Nope, these are all off.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
You mastered the game now.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Do I get anything for doing it twice?
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes!
No.
We did it!
No, I don't.
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I was thinking I want to check every door in case I can open one. Clearly that's not the case. But then if I come round, where is it?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
George, if you're still here, it was 7:17 when we made the comment about the clock. It is currently now 9:03, and the clock is still 21 minutes past 11.
Here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
It has been an hour.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone
It's been
left.
an hour and 47 minutes since we first came into this room and we made the comment about the clock.
Stanley sat around waiting, but at last he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Okay, I'll take the first door on the left.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yep. We'll go through here.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Yep.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
What if I go
Coming
down?
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Why is it red? That's a car park.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Okay.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
This is all a dream.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
Let me wake up.
I'm through with this dream.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
Let me go back to my job.
Let me go back
Let
to my job.
Let me continue pushing the buttons.
Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please.
It's all I want.
It's all I want.
I want my apartment.
I want my apartment.
And my wife.
And my wife.
And my job.
And my job.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
I am normal.
I am normal.
No, I'm not.
Everything will be fine. I am
okay. I never thought I'd say those last 3 words in my life. And we're back where we were.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
And we're back to the start. There's a phone ringing. Is that my phone? How do I pick up the phone? No, it's not my phone that's ringing. The phone is ringing. How do I pick it up? Oh.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Huh? Interesting. I can't believe I thought it was that fucking phone. I am so dumb. Okay. I can still go back. Wait, why can't I still go back?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
I'm not doing it a third time.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Climb on 419's desk again. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic.
Another
like a combination
different
of a much smaller version
dialogue.
and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
Wait. Proof that he was human? So...
Yes. Really, really worth it being
okay, so
here
if
in
I
the
go
room.
back down
But
again...
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Okay.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
No,
Coming
I'm
to
going
a
down.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the
gonna loop the
possibility
same
of
thing
facing
again?
his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why
I think
had he
it is. I
taken
think
that
it is
risk?
looping the same
All
thing
because
again.
he
God damn it.
believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy.
Oh
And
well.
then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back. the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment.
Thank you for the drown. I'm
and
actually...
my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
Can't
my
open
life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
There we go.
Okay.
Stanley became screaming.
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
Thank you for the posture as well. Oh,
and everything went black.
That was a stretch, but do you know what? You get a free stretch as well. And posture check.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And
oh no!
She would soon turn to go call for an ambulance. For just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy.
Poor Mariella. Running
Everyone
into the dead guy 2 days in a row.
And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
And back to the start. Okay. Why do I feel like I'm moving faster?
Wait, Stan. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door
No, I
5
missed
times.
a
Is that all that you think an
fucking-
achievement is worth? No, no, no.
I missed
I
a
can't just
thing.
give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
No, I'm not doing it again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge.
We're going to jump again.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Too late.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
What the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welcome to the whiteboard ending? Does that mean that's the only way I can go? Dog mode.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
The 2 doors. Wait, which one was doing that? Was it 424? So, dog mode. Ah! Yes, the cat did just bark. No, I can't click on 427.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did he?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
B9.
It was okay.
It was okay? What? You sound fed up with me.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The fuck is that barking? Dog mode. Also, the broom closet opened this time.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Really? Nothing here. I mean, I
There was
see.
nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
There's a broom. It's not empty, there's a broom.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Yeah.
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was
barking.
something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Sweet. Can they say that in a game?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes, I am.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
That's why.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say,
Can we stop barking? Okay.
Did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite. I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What the fuck?
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Buzz. Bark, 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 bark. I guess there really is nothing in here, is there? Rip.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay. He is just gonna wait, isn't he? Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No, I'm not gonna do that again. Oh, I can't leave once I press the button. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. It just does exactly the same as it did before.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Damn it, I missed. Are you happy, game? You happy, game? But he said Stanley wouldn't know, so this is reasonable. Yeah. Now we have to do the elevator again. So if I go up again, does it just do the same again as it did before?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up.
Yeah, it just does the same as it did before.
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
So I have to walk back to the office.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Okay, so yeah, it is just going to do the exact same as it did before.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Flight is on, call extension 914 immediately. Okay. Escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Okay.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
oh boy, I don't like this.
that
Okay.
his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley
Okay, yeah, I made a bad idea.
I made a bad
trapped
decision.
forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Well.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Okay. Oh, I'm still barking. Okay. The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
There's the two doors that I refuse to go through. There's the computers. The corner. There's the copier. There's Stanley's room. Stanley's computer. Nature paintings. Filing cabinets. The 3 on office computers that I can turn off. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synchronized tone. The office. Credits. The boss's office. Well, I've not seen the 2 on the sides. Oh, screens from development of the boss's office. Oh, okay. The office clock. The time is different. The time has changed. It's now 25 past 11. But he said Stanley wouldn't know, so this is reasonable. Yeah. This place is massive. Freedom ending. Countdown desks. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown engine. Huh. Monitor room elevator. Huh. Wait, is this spoilers for the game? Wait.
Wait, have I come across a spoiler room? Bark, Ari, I am spoiler. Hi Gianni, how are you? No spoilers exist inside the game. So even though I'm seeing things about like the development of the game and like places that I've never been, it's still not a spoiler. The game is a spoiler for itself. I don't believe you. Sending levers. Okay, I can't do anything with those. I'm good, I'm good. How are you? I'm okay. What's this about? No spoilers? So one option is a doorway to maintenance in the lounge. So I've done number 1. I think. Wait, no, maintenance layout. Wait, what? The flow of hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately the simplest version 1. Oh, okay. I see. To the confusion ending. Okay. The confusion ending was the first that I got. Bark, bark, stare. Yeah. Previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending. A timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Okay. Cargo lift. An early version of the lounge. From James. Love the game. Greetings, omnipotent voice. I was reading that. Please, I would like to approach us so you could leave if you're not interested. Get back to me if you're interested in details. You guys are transfers. 24. How do you type with boxing gloves on? How do you type with boxing gloves on? What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Montgomery Jones. I am Anthony Elias, business broker. Please partner with me. 2012. Wow. Hi, Mr. Narrator Guy. I have a question for you, sir. And it is, what is your message for today? There are skeletons inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. I don't like that. I don't like that. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? I don't. Why? Well, how? Will the game feature capybaras? Dear narrator, how do you stay in shape? Martin the Rock Martin? Dink dunk gay, are you gay? for that. I was not ready for that. Oh my god. Oh, copy machine. Early version of the maintenance room. Oh, I'm back here, okay. .427. Wait, I'm 427. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. So it hasn't changed since February 2013. Good lord. Kinda sad that I don't have the two computers though. Sad. Sour, please, base god. Game design mockup. This is the level that William, the game designer, sent David, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The student for this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mockup is still in the game. Isn't? Oh, exit. Oh, okay. So there is like a way. Oh, that's a window. Okay. There's got to be more to explore. The lounge.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Nothing there? Shoot. Well, try the other one then. When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Stanley jumped in the river.
Stanley jumped in the river? Why did Stanley jump in the river? That was the way in. Have I seen everything? I think I've seen everything. 1112800. Right, I'm not gonna sit and look through all the emails. We're gonna exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
I don't know if I want to resume this. Is that it? Oh, it actually just does not do anything now. Oh, okay. Are we back?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That's a different dialogue.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There was someone there. Could someone clip that? I swear I just saw someone. I swear there was someone there.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I swear I saw someone. New content?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Okay.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
It's very slow. It's a slow elevator.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
The jump circle?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
I can jump! Can I jump outside of the circle? No. I can jump. Oh, I can't jump anymore.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Friend? That's not what... What the fuck?
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I'm crawling through a vent? Seems sus.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a
look
cheap
at the old
re-release?
Steam.
Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Whoa, look at that old Firefox. That's cool. Stanley Parable demonstration. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. Firefox on Windows 7? Yeah, yeah, it is. That's Firefox 20 something on Windows 7. Because Firefox 20 something had that UI and then it moved to the newer UI. Oh, jeez. Then it moved to the newer UI with like 30 something. I think it was late 20s actually they moved to the new UI. Or newer UI. It was the one that was all rounded with the tabs. Work in progress beta. These are cool. I don't use Firefox anymore. I used to. Oh look, it's the dead guy on the floor that I've seen too many times. We're going outside again. Whoa.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I heard a door. With an hour of elevator, I feel bad that I've spent quite a lot of this stream in elevators now, and not intentionally for the story. You're playing the Stanley Parable. Yes, I am. The 2 doors. Whoa! Is that the development of the game? That's kind of cool. That's also Windows 7. Whoa! There's an iMac. Running what looks like Mountain Lion. Which would put that around 2012. Actually, that sounds about right. 2011, 2012. Lion or Mountain Lion, yeah. That sounds about right. Your number is 29. The end is never. Yep, I've seen that a few times.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
And the narrator is not happy.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
They're blurring out the good reviews. Oh, there's a bad one. Oh no, there's another one.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
There's a skip button. Oh, okay. Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
I don't want to skip.
Can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah.
It's looping.
Blah, blah, blah.
It's
We've eaten too much and
looping.
it can't be just
Oh,
yet. No,
that's
no.
annoying. It just loops.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Now you're just being rude.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words... Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite.
Narrator? Narrator? Are you okay? Is he gone? Hello? Narrator? Narrator grew old and dead. No! No! The plant is dead. The clock stopped working. Is that a fire alarm? Is it blinking? It's blinking. I don't know if... I guess it's a fire alarm. The batteries are dead on that fire alarm. I want to skip through time until that stops in real life every time.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to
back.
have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. they had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he went, shut up!
He's gonna get... Fuck! I should have stayed.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end,
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Is that a shut up?
Never the end, is 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 never the end.
Thank you for the drum.
End is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I had just enough zoomies for it.
Is never the end, is never the.
No, he's gone again. Is that rain? It's... There is water falling through the ceiling. Okay, hello Giga. Thank you for clearing the entire parts queue. Oh, the pipes are just failing. What happened to only just affording the 100 zoomies? How did you afford the 500 zoomies? Oh, no. Giga, you didn't reject it, did you? God damn it. How could you? Why would you give people back so low? That is concrete and rebar. The ceiling has collapsed. Well, what was on top of the ceiling has collapsed. That's not good. Huh. Stretch and posture check. I shall, thank you. Oh. Stretch and a posture check. Thank you. It's light. Ow. Nature! Oh, there's a tree there. Oh, the nature is gone. And the ceiling has collapsed a bit more. Welcome back to the nature channel. What's that sound? I don't like that. I don't like that. No, 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 no. Oh. The button is dead. So this is it. I guess we have skipped the apocalypse. Don't tell me we're going back to the start. Ah!
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
New content. So I can still pick the 2 doors. I'm gonna go see the new content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
So we did this before, and there was the quote-unquote new content. Are we gonna go through the same shit again? Okay, no. Good. We do skip past it.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2012, 21.5 inch. I need to shut up.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Nerd.
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Windows 10. It's the painting in my office at the very start of the game, screenshotted on Windows 10. Well, that wallpaper was only used up until 1809, and that Photos app, I can't remember off the top of my head. It's not the OG Windows 10. It is a later release of Windows 10. My guess is it's either a 17 or an 18 release of Windows 10. Yeah, I need to shut the hell up. Oh look, more Windows 10. One of the other default wallpapers in an older version of Windows 10. Google Slides. Can I interact with it? No. That would be kind of funny if I could. (2012) 15-inch MacBook Pro. That's a Retina MacBook Pro, which ran from 2012 to 2015. Nerd. With the bonk. Okay, I get it. I'll shut up. I'll move on. There's another one. Wait. So the wallpaper is not from a release of macOS, but the lock screen is between Yosemite and Mojave, maybe Catalina. I'm off. See you later. See you. Thank you for stopping by. Oh my god, it's been 3.5 hours. Rest well. I imagine that's what you're going to do since it is currently 11:36 for you.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Who took the red marker? Me. It's all my fault. There's another one. They seem to really like the Retina 15-inch MacBook Pros. There's 2 more of them. Valued investors, this way to the show floor. New features, new content. That's a bus. That's an MAN City? MAN Line City. Wait, it's even got the branding. Wait. How can they put the actual MAN branding in the game? That's... Nerding on the computers and then the bus. Shut up. don't even. MN City Lion Euro 6. See, they don't exist in the UK, so yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool logo.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Can I jump? I can't jump. How rude. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Okay. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. They exist on Dutch floors. Right, okay. No, I don't want to go through doors in case it locks me out. I want the reassurance bucket. No, I want to... Right, I'll have a look.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons.
I should have gone for the reassurance bucket.
Get well someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Jump circle!
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I should have saved some. God damn it. I want the bucket. I want the reassurance bucket. Collectibles for achievement, infinite hole.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever and we... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I want the bucket. Okay. You are here. Okay. So if I go through here, I can get the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I'm off. Tomorrow is another work day for me. Rest well. Thank you for stopping by. And good luck with work. The bucket!
Can you feel it?
I have the bucket!
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bucket. I have the bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Bucket. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry,
Jim.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here,
Not Jim.
Let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
I'm not
Just
Jim.
play along. I promise you'll love it.
I'm not
Okay,
Jim.
here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Jim.
My Jim button. No. Just clip through the floor. At least I have my emotional support bucket. My emotional support bucket is very special to me.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would
You heard
appreciate
Jim
what
in the
I've
game.
created here.
The button that says Jim, that's Jim. The gym button. I want the gym button. There's a gym button there? No. No screenshots. Red is the new orange. Someone's getting a text message. Or a phone call. Infinite Hull. Do I go to the exit or do I go to the epilogue? Exit or epilogue? Settings World Champion. That's here. That's the first place we went. The map lied. Okay. So, yeah, epilogue or exit? Maybe the infinite hole isn't infinite yet? Will be in the sequel? What's here? Oh, that's that. Okay.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Shall I jump? Do I jump? I don't know. Maybe? Possibly. Should I jump in the infinite hole? Yes, no. There we go. Whee! I take it that only Udin has answered that poll, which is fine. Yeah, we wins. Okay. Whee!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say
At least you
so.
have your bucket
Now
in the
then,
hole too.
Since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press G to return to the surface.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
What if I don't?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Okay. Right. Epilogue or exit? Are they using Shepherd's tone too? I don't know. Epilogue? Where are you? Okay.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh. Okay. Wait, Settings World Champion? Sag. I thought that said nya then. Okay, exit it is. Yeah. I wasn't blocked before,
goodness,
was it?
Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the collectibles exhibit. You see, there is a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the collectibles. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the collectibles.
Okay, I'll go see the collectibles.
All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
I'll go see the collectibles. I'll go see the collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What the hell is this?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, now it's not blocked. Okay. Oh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Jump circle!
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. You get the sequel for free. Why is this debatably a nicer screen than the original? This is still the same as it was. This is debatably nicer than the original. I could quit to desktop. I'm not going to. Although I have been live for 4 hours. Should I keep going? Yeah. I want my
This
bucket.
is the story of a man named Stanley.
Click to skip.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
The
number
balloons are
427.
everywhere.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push
Gosh,
them,
I
and in what
wonder.
order.
I wonder.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every
what this
month
intro would
of
be.
every year. And although others might have considered it
imagine
soul-winning, Stanley relished every moment that the
okay.
orders came in, as though he had been made
Oh,
exactly
okay.
for this
Yep,
job.
that doesn't seem
And
right.
Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Where's my bucket? I want my bucket. I want my bucket. I want my bucket. I want my bucket. I want my bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just
we can
doing
still
this
do
for
that,
the
okay.
achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Can I still climb on 419's desk? I can! Bucket? I want my bucket. Where's my bucket? I want my bucket. I want my bucket. Where's my bucket? I want my bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Bucket! Bucket, 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 bucket. Bucket, 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 bucket. Bucket, 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 bucket. Bucket, 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 bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
The bucket is very insightful.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Spin. Okay, I'm getting dizzy.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge.
Yeah,
Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
of course. It is now 21 minutes past 11. Okay.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Nah.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
Oh,
We're
it's
getting
my
into
bucket.
name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
My bucket. Broom closet can't have the bucket. Broom closet is mean. It's my bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think
My
will
bucket.
help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
My bucket is my bucket.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
More stickers. Bucket.
See? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Yeah. Like sticking on buckets.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
It sounds like he's walking away. Okay, we'll leave. Fuck off, broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Am I crazy?
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
The guidance
he
bucket.
held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Where's my
How
bucket?
did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And
Where's
indeed,
my bucket?
now he noticed that the rooms
Where's
were
my
repeating,
bucket?
which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Bucket?
Could it truly be? He rushed forward
Buckets.
from room to room, passing by one
these are
bucket after the
not
next.
buckets.
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
Bucket?
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then
Bucket?
suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the
Interesting.
story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, Mariella's seen a dead man for the third time.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and
She
walked
has her
to
own
place
bucket.
of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course,
Where's my
he'd gone
bucket?
mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with
I
him.
did take my bucket
Perhaps
with
he
me.
didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
Oh.
How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped? Good lord. I need my bucket.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
My bucket!
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Oh yeah, the bucket is my bucket. I'm also gonna jump on 419's desk again because I have to. Yes. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Did he?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yeah.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Did he? His essay.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay,
Good,
I shall go
said
to
the
the
bucket.
cargo lift.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should
The
have
bucket's
alarmed him, of
talking.
course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Emotional support bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley
Which
once
dark
again
room?
obeyed blindly.
This one? Oh, okay.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
It's quite a nice TV. Where's my bucket? That's not a bucket. Okay, now what? Bucket!
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
No! Well, where's the bucket? Where's my bucket? Bucket is speaking. There's my bucket. Bucket. Take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bucket.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Bucket. My bucket. Press G to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Listen to the bucket.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
My bucket, my bucket, my bucket, my bucket, my bucket. You will not touch my bucket.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press B to relive this same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press N to go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks.
Candles.
What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
Why are the candles in a frying
pan? If I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
It will.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No,
give
it's my bucket. 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 It's my bucket.
Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
My bucket? Where's 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 my bucket? You better give me back my bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where's my bucket? Where's my bucket? Where's my bucket? Where's my bucket? There's my bucket!
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
My bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I got a collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic
Wait, is there one in the
job
broom
well
cupboard?
done. You
In the
can't
broom
buy
closet.
that
There
sort
might be
of
one in the
happiness,
broom
Stanley.
closet.
God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
My bucket. I can still go back. You up? You've been in there since changes to sequels, so maybe not in the room closet. Oh, true. True. That's true. I haven't been in here. Do 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 I heard a whisper say Stanley. Yep. Yes, you did.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
Bucket doing a good job.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Bucket.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah. 2845.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh, okay. Bucket.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands?
Mini-stands.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Why does my Stanlerine look very fucking sad and miserable? It's elevator time. He doesn't have a bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Bucket.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
The number 3?
The bucket said nothing.
Ooh. The number 3. Okay. The number 3 is cool. I want to press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Why would I have enough of the number 3? Okay. That's enough number 3.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Oh, disapproving bucket. Why is the bucket so disapproving? What's wrong with the number 3?
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Oh. The bucket is not impressed with my 3s.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Okay.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it.
Yeah.
Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others.
Yeah.
It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's.
Yeah.
And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Yeah. The number 3.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
That was the Minecraft door sound. Three. I just thought that. 3. 3.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Fun fact. Are you ready for a fun fact? Are you ready for this? Yeah? Hold on, my phone is being unresponsive. Okay. The sequel is now paused. Wow. So this is a screenshot from my phone. Like right now. And what do you notice my my carrier is? What is my carrier? 3. 3. 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3. Bonk. Three.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Oh, fuck, you hate me. I cry.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
The end is never. Dad, it's on all of them, what the fuck? Should I be concerned? Spooky. Bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office, because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
LOL looks like 427. There will be a reward for finding them all. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Good luck. Smiley face. How can we find them? A list of all the locations? Wait. I'll have a look in a sec. Bottom text. What we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are so many questions, there's no moment for management. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? There's the one in the loo that I already found. Focus provided by 416. We can do it. Red room? Piglies! Good luck. Okay. Do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork communication is very important during the unprecedented time of investigation. See clues, myclue.jpg. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. So who it makes I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources, using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as a directional microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likeliness it is coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Source of levitation. Ideas. Current just tell us something will happen. Investigations for own appointments. There's one in the loo. There's one on the stairs. There's one on the stairs. There's one in Thingy's office. In the hidden area. There's one... with the left and right doors? Maybe? I don't know where that one is. Okay. There is indeed not a collectible in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Figly. Figly. Kind of reminds me of the... Oh, okay. No, I'm gonna go back up.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, I totally guessed the certainly guessed it by sheer chance. So I still need 2 of the collectibles. That's slightly terrifying that just did that as I walked off it. I don't like that.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I'm gonna go this way first.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Oh, you want me to go to the mind control facility? We can go to the mind control facility.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Huh? Ooh! I don't know if this was intentional, but do I jump? Did you stop it, or did it stop you? I accidentally managed to get somewhere I shouldn't do, and I almost fell. Do I jump? See if the game knows how to handle it. Potential game break.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
They thought of it.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Where'd the couch come from? Where did any of it come from?
Unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending.
but it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
How long? Oh. Clearly quite long. Okay, I'll do the same again, but I'm not going to jump this time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Have to climb on 419's desk. Yep.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation. The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
Oh. Warmth? I want to go back up and press the 3s.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
So many 3s. Okay.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
427. There's me. Oh, my office.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
That red thing is terrifying.
No!
Okay.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Bucket be sassy? Sassy bucket. Activate power cells? One? Five? That's definitely not the right order. Three? Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I don't know where 4 is. It's down here. Interesting. Oh.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Is that it?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
Oh
True,
my
it was
God.
a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
My bucket.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
My bucket. Back to the start.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
That dialogue was curiously well timed to me going back to double check.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
How to use the help window.exe with calc. That is literally a screenshot from Windows 3.1. And what are these? PC80s? I think they're they're either PCXTs or PC80s. I can't tell immediately. They're definitely old IBM PCs.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I take it it's raining outside.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Why do you
Stepping
know?
into
Why do
his
I know
manager's
what?
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I want to find as much in this game that I can. But I know for a fact that I am missing a lot. Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read mind control for... Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
So the narrator focuses on the bucket this time.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Where'd bucket go? Where bucket? The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. Your mind is frequently empty within, gone like a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change lives yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? We'll see. So I like this song. Why is it
Can
just
you
like
see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
My bucket. Bucket. It stopped. That's a lot of buckets. That's a lot more than 25 buckets. A photo of 25 buckets. Greatest number of buckets ever captured. I don't know about you, but that's more than one bucket. More than one? Well, yeah. More than 25 buckets. That's a lot more than 25 buckets. Is that the anatomy of a bucket? Oh no, bucket with two handles. Too dangerous. Huh. Inferno bucket. The stress bucket. Cave bucket. Ugadaga, ugadaga.
No man can own a bucket.
Damn, I need that picture
in my house. Certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Which picture? The billions of buckets or the anatomy of a bucket, or which one? Also, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear or grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. But I want the bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
And we just start over again? God damn it. How many times have I started over now?
Were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I've lost count of how many times I've started over.
Where are we
I want my
going
bucket,
today?
though.
The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office.
Sure did.
Because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Did he?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Yeah, good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have
talking
alarmed him,
bucket.
of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Very blindly. If you jump off the catwalk from the platform, yeah.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker?
Stanley's
comedic
eyes are
timing is so
very
difficult.
dumb.
I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Uh-oh.
What is comedic timing? What is
Or needs a
comedic
therapist.
timing?
Same.
How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political
Probably both.
enemies? And more
Pretty sure I'm
importantly,
both.
can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally,
I didn't hear the
it's
ball.
time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point.
Imagine
you
if someone asked
gut-busting little
you
scamp.
what you do for a
After
living,
all,
you tell them you
with
research
each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh, okay. All the way back. Oh, there's fences now, so that I can't jump. Let me jump. I want to jump.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Leave him to his imagination.
Here we go.
Of
You
being
ready?
a comedian. He doesn't know.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Did he?
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Wait, don't make us watch it.
That will help me improve my...
Oh.
Here we go. You ready?
Oh, okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Did he? Or does it do this again?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Secret door on the right wall.
Here we go. You ready?
No, I don't think that
When
exists.
Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
So if I do the right door, it's just going to do exactly the same again, isn't it? Yeah.
We're back at the phone already? No.
Yeah, so we have to go through the left.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again.
At least he can order pizza from the phone. Got baited? Yeah, I got baited.
You are pale with shame over how unabashed...
I went to the right 3 times and I went to the left and I'm like, no, you go to the right!
Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale...
He doesn't have a bucket.
What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting
You have a
away
bucket
from
now.
making
I have
fun
a
of
bucket.
Stanley's
It's
obsession
my
with
bucket.
the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos.
Are we sure it's a bucket?
Exactly what it is.
It looks like a
That's what
bucket.
will make
Wait, where's the
this
bucket
real
sticker?
comedy again. More
There's no bucket
instructional
sticker.
videos. Let's see.
Where's the bucket sticker?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
What? The fuck do you mean someone's following? Now I'm paranoid. Why do I feel like I'm gonna turn around and get jump scared? No, don't do that! That scared the fucking shit out of me. I'm just gonna put my back against a wall. I feel like I'm gonna get jump scared while I drown. Thank you very much for the drown. Bucket will make sure you're safe. Yeah.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
That's the moment we need sound alerts. Oh, you say that. I've been planning to
literally every single door in the office
sound
because he
alerts,
doesn't
but I
pick up
haven't
well
yet.
on cues from his environment. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
The bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
The fuck is this?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom
Therapy
Closet.
room.
Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but
It's
you're
the
spending too
fern.
much time with it. Don't you want another
Oh,
story
it's the
involving
fern
the
from the very
Adventure
start of the
Line?
game.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
It's the fern. Can I open the broom closet? It's the broom closet. But the broom closet is an arsehole. Even the baby. Yeah, even the baby is here. Should we follow the line? Let's follow the adventure line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh,
Hey,
and it
Jazz,
played some
how are
silly music as
you?
well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Just
Don't
stop.
you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Shut up.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Is that so? I'm gonna have to give something up, am I? I'm okay, been really busy with work. Yeah, I have been as well. How have things been going though with work and stuff? Like, is it going alright even if it's busy? No giving up the bucket? I don't want to give up the bucket, it's my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No, you don't.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True,
what do you mean?
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Nah. French line says go through the machine. Nah. You can't do that to us. We're family, have mercy. I did nothing. I don't know what you're on about. Fans say keep the bucket. Yeah, I want to keep the bucket. Dedge? Yeah. Yeah, it dedge. Someone reached for my weapon. Apart from that, it was good. Oh boy.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Okay.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
My bucket.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office.
Damn right.
Because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Yep.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Yep.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself.
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful.
Random
the
question,
bucket
will you
turned
include
out to
7
be.
TV? I plan to in the future. I have not quite gotten around to looking
Truly,
into it.
being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley
But I will-
reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge.
I will have it at some point in the future. I just don't have it quite yet. Before I forget to mention, in 4 days, I'm not going to be around for 2 weeks. Oh yeah, you did mention about that, didn't you? Have fun. I hope you enjoy yourself. And I will see you in 2.5 weeks. If I don't see you before you head off in 4 days.
Then arriving at the lounge, what a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
If I go back down there, does it do the same again?
So the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here.
Okay.
I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
I'll go sit in the closet.
You're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes.
Probably,
not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
That was totally worth turning up the music for.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Shows how tired I am. I can't even remember telling you that. It's okay.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Do we allow them to destroy the bucket?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
I like
True,
the bucket.
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Oh boy. It's even. Feed the destroyer. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, the amount of votes. Holy fuck. Feed the Destroyer won with 43 votes to 33. Okay. I'm sorry, Bucket.
Now listen to me.
I miss you, Bucket.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality.
I don't know how to give it my bucket.
So I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the
the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Never mind. I tried. But I guess it's just supposed to die.
The
bucket lives.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were...
No, Jazz! Ah! See, you've just melted my brain because I saw Din redeem Nya, and then my brain went Din. Ah! Jazz! Thank you for the 245. Oh my god. Let's do it in the credit. My brain is molten. I've been live for almost 6 hours playing with fucking buckets and elevators. I probably will go and get some rest in a second. I will end the stream with the bucket in an elevator. Yeah. Thank you for the 245. I really, really appreciate that.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Let me help your brain real quick. I don't think Jazz's bonks are helping my brain. Ah! Oh no, you're gonna bonk me as well. Okay. Ah! Ah! He's so true. Thank you. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Climb on 419's desk again. Ah! Pick up the bucket.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office.
Damn fucking
because
right.
he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the last collectibles are.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Meeting room says where they are on the whiteboard. Well, yeah, but I can't figure it out from those drawings.
Yes,
I'm not
this
quite
is
smart
certainly
enough.
the most logical explanation.
I've got some of them. Ugh.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Didn't I do this one already? I think I did this one already.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Paninis?
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home.
Where did the couch come from? Where did everything else come from?
Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was
the bucket is magic,
regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed.
Must have come from the bucket.
Became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley
the bucket has great power.
The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending.
Mighty bucket.
This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office.
Damn fucking
because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Right, I don't really know what else I can do. I've clicked on every single fucking door in the game that I've seen. Walk off the moving platform onto the catwalk. Do a flip. How do I do a flip? I can't even jump. I guess I could jump off the edge.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
There's a collectible? Where? In the warehouse? Did I miss it? Oh, it's over there. How the fuck do I get over there? Okay. Danger, danger everywhere.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
Or you just repeat everything
if
until the
that's
voice actor
true,
quits his
well,
job.
my
Does he
goodness,
actually?
I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
What the
Now
fuck?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Oh boy.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, fuck you.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct.
Hey! It's a bucket! I got one right.
Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Yeah, a tractor is a
Do any
bucket.
of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket
can't
is
click
threatening
yes.
to tear our relationship apart.
Can't click no.
I can't
What
have
the fuck?
that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase
gaslighting
all buckets
the
from the game
narrator.
entirely. Okay, here we go.
Bucket! My bucket!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was
Everything's a bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news.
We're not buckets.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
Yep.
But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Bucket.
Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Bucket.
All right, here we go.
Bucket. Bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Damn fucking well. Well, damn fucking right.
Stanley
even.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wait, where am I going? Fuck.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I didn't actually want to go this way, but okay. Nothing is a bucket though. Everything is a bucket, clearly. Feels bad, man, to know I live in a bucket, work in a bucket, and exist in a bucket because everything is a bucket now. Yeah. Ooh.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Really? Whatever gave you that idea?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful
I'm guessing
death
this is just
for
going to be
each
the
of
same
them.
as last time. Yeah. If I do begin the game again, what happens? I don't want to start from the very start, but if it just resets, then that's fine.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort
Can you
had
jump off
turned
that
out
platform?
to
I
be.
can't jump and
To
I
be
can't
sure,
actually really
it puts
move.
the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Wait, if everything is a bucket, then metal is also a bucket. It's a bucket made out of buckets, which is part of another bucket. Oh no!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
Yep.
As Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
No, it wasn't.
was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
My bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket.
Eternal white mode is 2 AM. I can't take it. I'm sorry.
If only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Yep. Suspense. Never mind.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No. No. That's wrong. It's not left. Excuse me, game. Can you not hurt my brain like that, please?
A gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious.
There was a ramp.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
A ramp on top of the boxes. Too late now.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless...
Oh, we're gonna do what's a bucket again. Okay.
Don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket. I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Yep, we're doing what is and isn't a bucket again. Okay. So what I learned from that is that a bucket is not a bucket. Skip button.
Test scenarios.
I don't see a skip button.
Whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I didn't realise there was rules. I just noticed that on your profile. I've probably broken them all by now.
Bucket?
Let me read them then. I'm innocent. Yes, this is a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes, this is a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No, this is not a bucket.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes, this is a bucket.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
No, this is not a bucket.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes, this is a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley.
This is a 3D model game asset of a bucket, not a bucket. Yep.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Tractor is a bucket.
Do any of us know what a bucket is?
A tractor.
Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
No, my bucket.
Okay, here we go.
My bucket. My bucket. My bucket. My bucket. My bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yep.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yep.
Oh my God, I had no idea.
Yep.
How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Yep.
Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
My bucket.
Okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person.
My bucket.
Here we go.
My bucket. Right, so I need to get that collectible. That's not right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Dog mode!
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We got dog mode again!
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
And the bucket!
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
still here, so not a bucket.
Was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anarines. Very soon.
Figler Anarines? Yeah.
And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anarines.
Figler Anarines. Figler Anarines. What happens if I jump from here?
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Never mind.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office, because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Damn right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meet, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Right, so we've got the top one, we've got the middle left one, we've got all of them but this right one, and I don't know where this right one is. Can't have the bucket to get that right one. Well, how do I not have the bucket? Oh, I just don't pick up the bucket. Okay. So... if I do that, does it just put me back? It does.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
That is not something I've heard before, and that's a different Dialogue.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Damn fucking right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Did he?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ooh, almost fell off the
Stanley,
edge.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is. The last
Stiggly Wiggly.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Mm-hmm.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Is that a red door?
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
Ooh.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can
He's
be honest
crying
here,
too much.
I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable worldwide leaderboard. Okay. Wait, what? Only 3% of players chose the blue door. So all the ceiling lights are just blank textures. This is you. I am 9,328 from currently 7 hours. No, that's not right. I've only been live for 6.5. Wait. Three and a half. Hey? How do you work this out? I'm 93.28 out of 93.28. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Compete against others to improve the Stanley career. Error friends list is empty. So, if I go through this door...
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay. Okay. I hope he doesn't mean 4 hours of doing this over and over. If he does, I'm just gonna let the baby burn. If those sounds, just let it go.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
Is he gone?
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What's it gonna give me?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay. Another story game? by the same developer or a different developer?
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh,
I see a gap in the wall.
We avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
Is it just
Okay,
me, or when
I'm
you
going to
open
get
the
us
door
out
it
of
sounded
here.
like it's
Let's
from
find another
Minecraft?
game.
I said that earlier.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big,
Let me through the
insurmountable
walls.
Okay, I think this
Let me
will
through.
be just the thing.
Oh, okay. Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what
This
I had
definitely
in mind.
isn't the same
Just
developer.
a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
Rocket
Let's
League.
see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
As I'm listening to the fucking Rocket League OST. Oh, there's no way. We have Can I go faster? Right, okay. No, I can't go faster, so that's... Oh, I still scored.
Are you doing it? Are you winning?
Are you winning, son?
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but...
Whoa!
What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Okay. We won't, we won't. We won't, we won't. We won't be we won't, we won't. We won't, we won't. We won't be Oh, fuck. Yeah. Is this like an older version of the game? I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, we won't be alone. 427 is us.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh yes, Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
And we're back. Okay. Great. That doesn't seem right.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay, but last time you did this, you put me in a skip thing that made me skip like 300 years. And then, yeah, now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Okay. So we're back here again. Yeah, but we can now go down. Oh, there's the collectibles.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
There's the loot.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any
7 out of 6. Fuck, I should have grabbed the other one.
But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of
I should have grabbed the other one.
Remarkable ways.
No. No, no. Oh, motherfucker.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I didn't pick up the first. I didn't pick up the
we found a
first.
Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't know, did it? That doesn't seem right.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Wasn't it the last one I found though? No, it wasn't. It was my 5th one. 3. 3. Windows Movie Maker? Possibly.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
What's that? Redeem stretch. I will stretch, thank you. Oh.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently
I didn't pick up the
others.
first one. Oh my
Who
god.
can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
I missed one.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Oh, maybe I can get the last one.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh, god damn it.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Oh, so I'm going to be one behind forever.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh boy, we're here. All the fucking places. Okay. Jumping!
Look, it's
jump
the
circle.
terrible new content that we were originally
Jump
sold
circle.
on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything.
I
In
can't
fact,
jump though.
I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Give me jumps.
Look
If
how
you
much
give me
fun the
jumps,
past
I will
is.
jump
I want
happily.
more memories.
No. Sad.
Oh yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling the story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
They said we're gonna retire him for good. Now, I wanted to end my stream with the bucket in an elevator.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is going to be my last run. Do I end the stream in the elevator? Or do I run to the end and see what it does?
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office, because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Damn fucking right. That's not right. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
You're never going to get to the end if you're expecting there to be an end or something, I think.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I mean, I'll go to the end here and...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We'll do this, and if not, we'll go to the elevator and end the stream.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh wait, I need to do it without the bucket. I need to do it without the bucket. I need to do it without the bucket. Fuck.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, "Mine."
I need to do it without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Damn it, why can't I not jump on 419's desk? Let me. There we go.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office.
Damn right.
Because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Reboot the game entirely.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What do you mean reboot the game entirely? Always something new, it seems.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
What?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
What?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
You bitch. Wow, okay. I see how it fucking is.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Should I jump over the edge or should I go to the end?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Because I haven't actually seen either of those without the bucket.
To find out.
Neither option is going to be the end. Well, you know.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
might not survive
accept
the fall because
his
you
own
survived
life
because the bucket's
in
on my
someone
fault.
else's control.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering
Never.
about because I've never
It was
fell without the
unthinkable,
bucket.
wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine...
What's that sound?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Happy. Beat the game. Complete the Stanley Parable. I got an achievement for actually beating the game. Okay.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
So, in that case, I'm going to grab the bucket, we're going to go to the elevator, and we're going to end off the stream here.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Damn fucking right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Reboot game
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Well. Thank you all very, very much for watching. You all are incredibly amazing. And thank you, Jazz, for the 245 bits. Thank you again. You are absolutely insane. I really appreciate that. Redeem nya? Nya. But thank you all so much for watching. And Until next time. Goodbye.